Why, hello, all the party people of the world. How is everybody's Friday? I hope you guys are having a good day. Also, I realize that my mouse is on the screen. One second. Okay, now it's gone. But things are a little different today. I have redesigned my setup as the camera is over, the stand is right there. So, unfortunately, whenever I move the table, the camera moves. So that's going to be fun. But I had to do it this way because we are building something very large. So I didn't want anything on either side so I can get it as far out as I can. Because we are building this freaking monstrosity. Move my example out of the way. This is the Kobe bricks. I probably said it wrong. Akage aircraft carrier from World War II. Now, I have to preface something. I do not condone nor discondone any such things. I am just a fan of a unique design. For whatever reason, this caught my attention. This is the exhaust. But this historically is the ship that sent out ships to attack Pearl Harbor and then was sunk later on. We do not get into such politics here. I am just a fan of a unique ship. And there she is, a more elongated look. Also, I rather like how you can actually see the supports holding up the deck of the ship. So that was kind of cool. Let me spin it around with a giant fucking thing. Just smack myself in the face with it. There we go. It's got the little ornamentation on the front. Turrets move. Screws move. I forgot what that's called, but it moves too. And the elevator moves. There's a picture of the ship itself. This set is 3,573 pieces. Unfortunately, I do not remember the piece number for my example, but I figure a large ship requires a large example. So, I'm going to drag it because it seems let me act as though it's sailing onto the set. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the Musashi. I probably said it wrong. But this is a Yamato class battleship, of which there were 3, but one of them got turned into an aircraft carrier. It is big. It is large. It has a frightening amount of guns. And from my understanding, when they bought it, it took 9 hours or so to sink. So she don't go down without a fight. But yeah, that is my example for today. I forget how big it is, but I know that it is less than the carrier. Because I have another set that is a carrier that is even larger than that. Trying to sneak that ever so gently off screen, so hopefully it does not land on the floor. Anyways. I had to give myself a lot of extra space for this one, because I figure at some point I'm going to be moving it either direction. Wouldn't be our build of mine if I didn't have preparations, ramekins, and everything. Now, let's open up this box and see what we got. Pardon the boat pun, but I hope that Twitch doesn't decide to blow up my, doesn't decide to sync my audio because it doesn't like music, even though it's supposed to be royalty free. I also want, this is going to be the next build for the next couple weeks, because, if memory serves me correct, the instruction manuals for these aren't exactly the easiest to follow. How many instructions? Kind of hard to hold that. This box is so big. Now, if I remember correctly, I think Kobe I have no idea if I'm saying it correctly, by the way. If I remember correctly, I believe this company usually tends to have less bags, but they, as you can see, stuff them very full of stuff. That's bag 1. 8, 7, 3, 4, 6. Yeah, 6. 6. We got a 9. I think we've got 9 bags in this. There's a lot less bags, stuff in that one. Okay. All right, so do not be deceived. There may be only 10 bags, but they are stuffed to the gills. There was so much stuff in this box, by the way, that it started to bow the side of the box. I'll show you what I mean. As you can see, it's bent on the side, and that was the side that it was sitting on the floor, because I had it sitting straight up. It is so much stuff that is bending the box. Try and keep my beverage off the screen, because I am not endorsed by them, but everybody knows what I drink by that particular company. And we have not 1 instruction manual, not 2 instruction manuals, 3. Has a lot of instructions. I have no idea where I'm going to put these. I put them behind. All right. I might end up needing more toes. Skip those. I forgot that these kind of have a more rigid feel to them. Trying to keep my potentially sharp object off the screen. I know people have gotten in trouble for that before. Alright, I'm just going to say it now. I don't think the ramekins are going to cut it. I think I'm going to need an actual other tub. Good news, I do have some off screen. The only problem is I kind of... Let's see. Got some of these small ones here we could probably put in. I believe all of this stuff is pad pressed as well, so we don't have any stickers hanging around. We're going to end up needing most of these. Start with the smallest one first. Who knows? Maybe we'll be right on. Maybe we'll be right on the money. Or at the very least, we'll be right on the money for the smaller bags, but I think we still will need some slightly larger ones. Half of this opening bit is going to be just opening bags to put them in places. If I have one, might need just one, I think. If all of them are the same. Oh. Feel like half of this is just opening bags. This one looks like it has the most in it. I think we could deal with two. I have two over here, so let me just grab that right quick. Hold that thought. I had two of them, but one of them was dusty as shit, so I decided to swap it out. Everyone. Whether or not I'll end up using all these, I don't know. There we go. Reference, that is the size of the bag that I am left with. Alright. 4, and we got 3 of those, and all of our other stuff is filled up as well. So instruction manual number 1 will cover the first 3 bags. All right. All right. Let's see. What we have a problem there is just looking through everything to make sure that we have it. Okay, part number 1. That's not the right piece. There it is. I'm hoping it doesn't bother me, but I still do have that cut on my thumb. I'm going to try and avoid putting too much pressure on it. Where would that have went? It's kind of a small bit. Up there it is. I think. Now we need gray. I'm going to try and avoid it, but I keep bumping the mic. Can I press it? Okay, so it still picked me up good. Okay. Probably isn't the best idea to put the pressure on the instruction manual, but it is the best place for it because it's right in my face so I can see. So I wonder how far is this towards the middle of the ship, or is this towards the end? Maybe that's what I can do. Oh, he's a little bit more flat. Lots of corner pieces. think it's in here somewhere. Not in there. Oh, wait. Oop. Yeah, there it is. I am curious if this one going to be nearly as long as the other ship, or if it's going to be smaller. Yeah, it's not supposed to go all the way to the end. Interesting, because Kobe releases a lot of ships. Most of them are European. It makes sense, they are from Europe, so... That's peculiar. I mean, I made a interesting note. It seems like they have them separated by odds and evens. At least as far as I can tell. Probably not the case, but that's what it looks like. I'm looking for a piece with an 8 on it. There we go. Surprisingly enough, that actually kind of works out a little bit better because usually where I'm sitting is like slightly over this way more. And I'm usually getting stabbed in the stomach by a piece of the table. So this works out pretty well. Where are the 4s? That usually ends up being the biggest part of these. Up there, just looking for stuff because there's so many bags to sift through. I guess I only needed one. I forgot where I got this from. I think it was from in there. Also, apparently can't count. Well, that's not surprising. I think I see what's going on here with the interesting construction, because I think we're building one of the elevators. The elevators were pretty simple back then. Although I'm not entirely sure how the Japanese ones work. I just heard that one of these ships is primarily the reason that they don't refuel them underneath the deck. Make of that information what you will. Oh, it's big. Oh, check. Damn it. I'll grab it instead. There we go. Oh, I need 4 of them. Shit. I do have a few more sets of these that I am looking at, but I'll probably wait for them. Because we are doing something rather unique next month. I have given it the nickname Mock Month. As everybody knows, Raptor's birthday is next month. So, I decided I'd do something unique. I am going to build mock MOC sets. In case anybody's curious what those are, that's where you either make it yourself or you look online and find somebody that has made it and you follow their instructions. I have several sets already. Some of them I've shown on screen a little bit, but a lot of them are new. And I'm super excited for it. Some of them are dinosaur related, some of them are mineral related. Actually, you know what? I give that as a teaser. A couple of them are based on movies. And a couple of them are based on minerals. So I'm rather excited about that. Stay tuned for more. But in the meantime, we are going to be doing this until we are finished with it. put that aside for now. You're setting up a gear of some kind. Now, yes, I'm using a Lego piece to construct something. I am doing well. We are building a giant monstrosity today. Let me finish this component here and I'll show you what we're doing. Actually, I'll give you a little preview of it. So, first thing, there is 3 tubs of bricks right here. There is 5 tubs of ramekins. And there are 3 manuals. Yep, 3 manuals. Although, ironically enough, there are only 10 bags, but those bags are full. There are so the first 3 bags are for the first instructions. And a reference for how big the bags are filled. This isn't even the most full bag. I'll show the example in a short order. Let me just finish this because I'm worried it's going to fall apart if I don't. Well, yeah, how are you today? The reason these sets tend to take a long time is you have to sift through all of the bags in each bag to find the piece you're looking for, especially if it's a small one. Nice! Hopefully the games were fun. Sorry about that. OBS decided to shit the bed. Now, it's OBS acting silly today. Alright. Oh, we got that on there, and I don't have to worry about it falling apart for the time being. I will show my example. Alright. Big ship. Now, I couldn't tell you how big this one is It's been a while since I built it, and I don't have the instruction manual downstairs where I am. Dusty as hell. But this is the Musashi. She a big one. Wait, also, the turrets do move. But yeah, she is spectacular. The only problem is she's also very heavy, hard to move. Yep. Very well designed. Kobe has some American ships, but they tend to focus on more European ones. Otherwise, I probably would have gotten a couple of them. There are a couple of them that I want, but... I know a couple of them. The Hood, HMS, Bismarck, Graf Zeppelin, Graf Spree. I'll be honest with you, most of them are British or German. Not a problem. Dims. OBS is struggling today. And not sure what's wrong with it. But she is having trouble. Alright. So, OBS, Kobe sets are interesting. So, let me split back over here. The way they have this here, they build this, which is fine. But then they have these. They're just sitting on the table, and then you have to apply them in the next step. So building these are interesting. Good news is I don't see any of the, because this one over here has a interesting part where you'd have to take one of these. You can see it. And then like it's like a little ring, and then you'd like shove it in to like one of these spots to get it to fit. I'm glad that this one appears to not have that. It's an interesting design. Yes. Let's see. Yeah, OBS is struggling today. Make sure it ain't one of those. I think so. Yeah. That's it, but you can see all the way through that piece. And bricks that go all the way across, which doesn't. One thing I will say about these sets is these ones tend to have more structural stability. Put that one in the wrong spot. No, that can't be right. So I guess it has to be hanging over? Okay, so that's where that mistake was coming from. Okay, it is hanging over. I guess? Maybe? Making sure my OBS came back up. It looks like it. All right. He's looking right, I think. Looks right to me. Wonder if I should have got out another bag. I mean, another box. The support structure is fantastic on this set, though, because I think they realized that if they didn't, it would just fall apart. So. Is the same one going? What am I using as the other? I wonder. Okay, it's 9 one direction, 8 the other. Looking like another one with 8. $22. Let's check our examples. Okay, we want the smooth one, not the round one. Okay, don't think it's in there. It looks smooth if I ever saw one. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with OBS today. But something's got it in a bad mood. To quote the phrase, somebody took a piss in its cereal or whatever. I think I heard that somewhere before. Yeah, for whatever reason, OBS is in a bad mood today. good news is, with how big this set is, if it dies and comes back, you end up not really missing all that much. It'll probably take me at least a build or two before we get to a point that we can actually start making out anything that differentiates it from any other ship. Still not ideal, especially since it's rather annoying, but... yeah, the problem is I don't know if it's on Twitch's side or mine. It never gives you any indication. It just says, oh, it's not working no more. Have fun with that. You know, I'd rather like this setup, because before, the camera would start popping, I mean, not necessarily hitting me in the head, but getting very close to hitting me in the head. The one drawback, because it's sitting on the table, you can see it whenever I move the table a little too much. Which I feel like is leading it to be slightly foggy. Let me try moving the lights. See if that helps. That's right. Yeah, let's see. I'm going to need that for the next bit of construction, so I can just leave that there, I suppose. And leave it as it is, as I find it. Now, I wonder if this ship has the bulbous front end like I've seen on some more modern ships, I guess, for aerodynamic purposes. Too big. Seven, I think. So I think we are beginning construction on what will be the hull. I do wonder how much of the hull is going to be done in this step. I wasn't expecting it to have quite such a high angle. How are you guys liking the new setup, by the way? I will say it probably is only a temporary one. If for no other reason than I feel like the other one doesn't get as shaky. Nice, we're starting to empty out this one. Having the devil of a time getting the stuff out of it. Yeah, the thing I was concerned about is, like I mentioned, since it's just sitting on the table now, it does seem to be a lot more of that. And that I actually wasn't even the full force that I've been pushing down. Because these sets aren't rubbed, smoothed off on the top, they're a little bit more sharp. You probably can't even see that. The Lego set usually isn't. They just slide on usually. Keep that over there for now. So, is it warm over where you guys are right now? It's a bit of a warm one outside for me as well. Although I am from the desert, so. At least I don't have to deal with humidity, but still. Not sure how warm it would be in European. I grabbed the wrong one. Oops. That's better. That's interesting. Isn't Turkey a desert? Wait, everyone. Yeah, because I know I think it's about 106, I think, where I am right now. Very nearly so. Okay, we want the ones that do not look like binoculars. Oh. Just happens to be slightly more arid than most, I'm assuming. Yep. That's around the average high for average Nevada desert. Well, there is the other thing to consider is the fact that air conditioners are standard in US. I've heard a lot of European countries don't have it, AC, so that makes sense. Not the warmest, though. In Phoenix, Arizona, it actually gets warm enough to melt trash cans because they make trash cans out of plastic. Well, memory serves me correct. Yeah. If memory serves me correct, the hottest temperature on the planet recorded officially is, I think, either 131 or 135 in Death Valley's Hell's Furnace recreational. Can't quite remember when that was, though. It's a record that stood for a very long time. That much I do know. Although, if you believe rumors, unfortunately not confirmed rumors, but during the Satan Storm event in Texas, they had a believed recorded temperature of, I think, 140, maybe 150. Because OBS, you have forsaken me today. It's more than it usually does. Okay, I think I'm back. But yeah. Satan Storm is what happened when a thunderstorm collapsed and caused all of the hot air that usually associated with thunderstorms to go careening towards the ground. They tend to be very rare, though. I think there's a lot of YouTube videos on it. Pretty cool watch if you get the chance, though. Because, that doesn't tend to happen. But what they described was it was hot enough to burn plants on the ground. Unconfirmed reports, because they said that it got even hotter in there's been estimates that there was hotter places that this happened, such as I want to say Iran, Israel, maybe. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. Where it's believed that it killed people, but that was more to do with the storm. Weather that it kicked up. But at least at this moment in time, the hottest is Death Valley. Oh, that reminds me though. So you've heard of marathons and stuff, I'm assuming, correct? Like where they run for extended periods of time. There is a run in Death Valley called the Badwater Marathon. Yep. I love learning stuff. It's always fun. But there's a thing called the Badwater Marathon where they run from, I believe it's the lowest spot in the world to the highest spot in California during the summer. Because why not? And while the record for the hottest temperature recorded in Death Valley might be 130 or so, surface temperature gets a lot hotter than that, and it actually will get hot enough to melt their shoes as they're running. Oh. Yeah, OBS is being a crock of shit today. I don't know why, but I feel like Dell is responsible for this somehow. But I think you also get a free alcoholic beverage as well. Running tally. Yeah, I don't know what's up with it today. Again, doesn't give you any kind of indication of why it's missing up, just is missing up. It went down a couple times before you got here, so I wasn't exactly paying attention, unfortunately. More times than it should, I will say that much. Intentionally trying to irritate me, I think. Oh, wait. Hmm. Guess it's supposed to go there. Like I said, one of my problems with these sets is they aren't very clear where you're supposed to put things. And I don't think that's right either. Okay, I think that's right. Hopefully. There we go. I think. Doesn't go down that far. So that is the elevator. I think that is the first part that I can say with great certainty. Oh, that's fine. Not a problem. I'm just happy you stopped by. I know what Twitch wants me to do. It wants me to try and monopolize everybody's time, but I'm all like, I'm one that puts streams on in the background while I'm doing other stuff. I think other people should be just fine doing that, so I'm not going to berate people into trying to keep them on my stream. You want to have me on in the background? I am totally fine with that. If I may ask, however, what is the game you're playing? Nice. Happy to hear that. Ah, I've heard of that game. I do play a gacha game of my own, but it's not that one. I've been playing Azure Lane since it first released, or within a couple months of its release. I'll be honest with you. I know there's a storyline in it. I have no idea what the hell it is. Okay, so math isn't mathing right now. You play as ship girls from various time periods. Most of them World War II, but some of them are more modern. It's pretty fun. One thing I will say, though, is what I tend to do is whenever they announce a new ship, I'll usually go online and find out more about it. I use it as a little history lesson. Find out what it did, where it went. I'll be honest with you, most of them end up scrapped or sunk. One thing I probably will say, though, is probably don't get into too gacha games. Azure Lane tends to be a little bit more forgiving from my understanding, but if you want any of the cool ship, usually you have to put some money into it. I'm assuming you play more than one. Don't feel too bad. I recently bought a ship on World of Warships. They're having a collab, so I bought the USS Hornet. Let's see. Grand total, I've been playing... I think it's about ready to have its 5th or 6th year anniversary, Azure Lane. From its start, from me starting to play it, to today, I think I've maybe put in $100. So I haven't put much in comparison. But like I said, the tends to be a little bit more forgiving, so I haven't put any money in it as of late. Although I'm sure there are some people that are all like, "Hey, putting any amount of money in is bad." What I would say is I think they don't like fun that much. Okay, so when this is locked in, I've heard that everything in that game is basically luck. Unfortunately, I doubt that my strategy of running around with what equates to basically a large bat probably wouldn't work. That's my strategy in Monster Hunter. Oh, give me the largest stick. I'm going to go fight this monster with it. Yes, sir. I would like to purchase the largest stick you have. My favorite attack is the blunt force trauma. I don't know why I'm thinking of it segueing that way, but also rather ironically, a little bit of a cool thing that I did last weekend. Universal has a haunted house stuff in Vegas I went to. I decided to crawl my way out of my bunker and go to it. So in Nevada, they have this thing called Haunted Universal Horror Unleashed. So, under normal circumstances, during Halloween, Universal will run a giant haunted house in Universal Studios, both Orlando and California. So, I'm not sure what perpetuated them to do this, but they decided they would go ahead and make a permanent place in Vegas at Area 15, where Meow Wolf is. So, if you happen to find your way to Vegas, you too could go to the haunted house. Also, found out something cool. They're apparently building one in Chicago. Supposed to open next year, I think. Oh, I guess I only need one of those. One problem with that, I'm not sure where. I think I had it there. But I mentioned it because I really like the premise of it. Have you ever seen the ending of Indiana Jones and Raiders of the Lost Ark? Oh, if you get the chance to, it's a pretty good movie. But at the end of that, there is a giant warehouse that they're like wheeling off the Ark to, and it's just full of a bunch of like relics and stuff. And in this Yep, OBS. OBS be OBSing again. I also realized that I started construction on a spot that I am not at yet. So that's fun. I want to say this is the most trouble I've had with it, and I'm not sure what's causing it. I also don't know if it's on my end or Twitch's end. I guess I need 4 of those. The ship goes up very high. I think we're finally going to secure the elevator, though. So I think what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and complete 1 manual each stream until this is done. Or we'll see how far I go. I'm not sure. As it might also be a question of if OBS will allow me to. Supposed to be on the front side or the back? Doesn't say. I'm gonna guess over there. Yeah, so I think this is going to keep it stationary. Let's see. Kind of hard to get a grip on. There we go. Up. So that's how that works. I guess that's so it doesn't fall all the way down. We're not done with the main part yet, but I think we'll be done with this major center part by the end of the first bit of instructions. Okay, we've gotten one bag out of the way. Yeah, it should help hold it in place at least. I guess I only need one of these. I think we... Never mind. We're all the way up to the deck, I realize. Because this is where the deck would be. Because that's where the elevator is. But I do think we're almost done with bag one. They're coming out with another set here pretty soon that I am rather excited about. The USS Kidd. I believe the only ship that they allowed to fly pirate flags. Why? I have no idea. I don't see any others of those, so I don't know why they have that labeled. If I remember correctly, Kobe sets tend to have a lot more extra pieces. Checking to see how long we've been going for. Anyways. Makes sense to me. Hopefully it doesn't fall off very easy. Considering it's just there, just on the side. You know, I didn't think about it, but I think this might also be the first Kobe set that I've built on stream that's going to be posted to YouTube. A amazing feat in its own right. Okay. I think I spoke too soon because I'm looking. I think I saw a little bit of the next part of the build. I think I'm gonna have to use a little small pieces. Why is that not going in? So we got some extra pieces. I'm in need of one bag. Reasonable. Like I said, they tend to have a lot of extra stuff, so go with a bigger bag. Excuse me. Now, before we start the next one, I will be right back. Let me bring the mouse onto the screen so I can see it. But yeah, I will be right back. Don't go nowhere. We shall continue in short order. Be right back. And we are so back. Back to bag number 2. I feel like this one has less stuff. I guess we'll find out. My cable's falling all over the place. I'm going to try and get to the mid of bag number... of instruction number 2. Instruction manual number 2, at least. We'll see how successful I am with that. We do have less, it looks like. Oh. Okay. Okay, so that appears to be a chain. Do I have to part the chain together? Might end up needing a second pair of tweezers. I feel like most of this is going to be taken up by the small stuff. There it is, my favorite part. I feel like that bag is small enough that I can put it in to the same one. Because otherwise I'm going to have way too much stuff. I have to bust out another another tub to put it in. At some point, I might end up having to start using the one of these bags themselves. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. One of these tubs over here are just gonna have 2 separate bags in them. I think I'll make them the smaller ones, because it looks like there's not as much I can... Maybe. We'll see if I end up regretting that decision later. Also coming to the realization that I have made a mistake. There is actually 2 more bags left. So 2 of these bins are going to have 2 bags in them. I'll try and keep them on opposite sides. This one had more bags in it, but the bags were smaller. The Musashi made a very good platform for me to put my cutting implement on. It's supposed to be further on one side. Huh. Actually, I think I know what this is. I think this is the deck, because I think they're going to have it like this to make it look like wood. Maybe. Didn't need that one yet. Yeah, let's see.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. At the tone, please record your message.
Oh, has this one got 2 elevators?
Recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
$25. Yeah, we want the one with a higher angle on it. We want the lower angle on the other. Would be nice if they put them in the same one, but we ain't doing that, apparently. sure I didn't lose anything. Oh, that's the front of I think that's the front of the ship. I guess I didn't need, I needed one of those. That kind of worked out. That's why I'm pretty sure this is the front of the ship, because I think that's the bow. But this one has two, because remember, it has struts holding up the deck, so. I call them struts, but I don't know if they're actually called. The way I'm doing it, it's working out pretty well so far. I was worried that throwing multiple bags into one box might mess up this way that I'm doing it, but it seems to be working out pretty well. Did not want to put that there. I wanted to put it further back. Yep, so I'm now firmly convinced that is definitely the spot I'm thinking it is. I need more high angles. And no change inside for that one. It'd be kind of cool, but I know that it isn't possible that if you could make these float. Somebody had asked me about that back when I was building the Pirates of the Caribbean Black Pearl. Not necessarily to say that it wouldn't float, it just wouldn't float the way that one would think. Okay. The way they have that placed, you don't realize it, but it's actually tapered. I almost didn't notice it at first. Oh, I need 2 of those. I think they were easy to find. There's lots of that. Just barely hooked on, but it's working. Oh, right. That was almost bad. Put pressure on and almost fell apart. I'm gonna need that. There. Oh, we need 2 of those. Yes, I remember how to count. It's interesting. I don't feel too rushed. Oh. That would be bad. I almost missed a spot. You know what's funny? I remember looking at it, and then I almost completely blew past that instruction. I think I might see what's going on here. I think one bag is going to cover one side of the front of the ship, and the other bag might cover the other side. Maybe. And we are very quickly coming up to the interesting side of this one. got this. Might go focus mode for a little bit. Now, how this works is we ever so gently take this piece. If I can get it back on the applicator. Try and wiggle it in. No, that is not a joke for the internet. The good news is I give you extra pieces, otherwise I'd be worried. There. Okay, so set that in there. And that's what that looks like. Those are all little rings that you put in there. I'm not 100% sure why they haven't done away with it, but whatever. But if the results work, the result works. Really, was that necessary? We want the low angle one, I think. That's the best way I can describe it. Because I got this one. If you were to ask me, I feel like that would be the high one. However, at the same moment, I don't see one that has a low angle like that in any of my stuff. So, on that information, I'm going to assume that is the one that it wants. And I'm going to hope that I'm not incorrect. Wrong one. These things. And granted, I know why these are here. just to make it more flush, but I guess we'll find out real quick if that is not the piece that we want there. No, I guess I just need one. We get that jibber jabber nestled right there. There. Ooh, that was almost bad. I probably need to move this box up to on the table instead of on a chair next to the table, so that I don't drop them all on the floor. Let me facilitate that right quick. There, now I don't have to worry about that problem. So definitely pretty sure that this is the front side of the ship. Now, as to where that attaches on our main part, I am not sure. What's interesting is they also kind of have a different sound to regular Legos. When I'm done with this section here, I'll show you. Yeah, it sounds a little different, doesn't it? Different brand, obvious is obvious, but... Again, what happens when you don't pay attention? I wonder if, since it has wood on the deck, I mean, as the deck, I wonder if it was more prone to fires. Important questions to ask, I suppose. I also wonder if salt laden may cause a different burn as well. I've heard stories of more recently, if a thing catches on fire, they usually just shove it off into the ocean because of how hot it burns. Long quest. I feel like at this point in time, it's not a quest, it's a pilgrimage. They're all like, no, you had something to do today. Feels like me whenever I try and do the dailies on my on warships. I mean, Azure Lane. Did I mess something up? I think I did. There we go. Before I go attaching anything, let me go back. Yeah, so that's how it's... What did I mess up? Something about that seems wrong. I also missed a spot. I think I didn't get very far on it, but still. Why did I put that there? Oh. Put that there because I wasn't done here. Right? I think. Maybe. Got these things, kind of look like deck pins. Oh, that's what they're actually called, but that's what it sounds like. What am I missing? I'm missing something significant. And I don't know if it's just because I made a mistake or it's just not here. Well, that's fun. Nice. Meanwhile, I'm apparently either missing a piece or I messed up somewhere. Unsure. What I do know is I don't have it. Okay, I know where that one is at least. Yeah, my only deduction is they missed a piece. As it fell on the floor. I didn't take note of this sitting over there. I think I may have found it. Which is ironic, because it's brighter than the table is. Yep, that's it. And that's why I give myself extra time when I'm building Kobe sets. Because I always know I'm going to make a mistake. All right, so hold that thought for a second. I'm going to go grab something, or at least see if I can find it. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I realized what the next step is going to be calling for. I figured it might be a task for 2 tweezers. Good news, I have 2. That was a lot of counting. Okay. All right. All right. 1 link of the chain. Did I have to do that for the other? I didn't remember having to do this for the other one. So this spot is going to get tedious. Just letting you guys know this now. This is probably going to get very tedious. But funny news is this is going to end up being the longest part of this build, I think. Yeah, I'm counting it out because it only needs 23. Throw the other one in the back. I'm letting you guys know this now. I can't wait until I am done with this section. It is at this point in time that I am very happy that they decided not to go for period accurateness, because if I remember correctly, I think they had 2 anchors, not 1. One at the front of the ship, one at the back. By the way, I apologize if I end up getting real quiet. I'm trying not to get annoyed. These do not want to go on for whatever reason. Kind of feel like I'm threading a needle. All right. I hope the storm passes you by. And I will catch you later. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. And I will see you next time. Wish me luck on the chain thread. Later. They're easy to get on, but I'm hoping they don't fall off easy. Yeah. Catch you later. And almost. That is one complete chain. I hope it's long enough. Actually, to be honest with you, I hope it doesn't fall apart. You know, I feel like it needs another chain. I did count it out right? It's 23. It's supposed to be that tight, though? I'm going to add another chain. Or another link. There we go. Because that's the thing. If it's on deck, you would think it'd be a little bit more loose. Okay, now we got 2 tweezers. We're gonna need our applicator later. These are bright white. let's see. Kind of a... Whatever reason, I feel like the white doesn't match. I grabbed the wrong one? Or they just painted wrong? Okay, that's the issue. I grabbed the wrong color. That's a brighter white, I think. It don't let go. Might have worked out because I think I also put that on wrong. All right. That looks right, I think. Except it's not, because I put that on wrong. Oh, I hate getting this thing off. The application process is very slow. There we go. Can't tell. Is that supposed to be orange? It's definitely a different brown color than the others that we've seen. Not part of this building process, but I figure I'll get them out since I already see them. It's wonderful. I managed to put it on the wrong side. Okay. Now, pay attention, Raptor. That's it. There we go. Yeah, I think I got it on the right side this time. Okay. Okay. Feel like that's gray? Either that or they messed up the colors, because it's definitely not that bright white that this part's made of. Not entirely sure what we're building, this part. Yeah, want it with the point going this way. Uh-oh. Okay. Sounds very Parisian. Yeah, it wasn't wrong. Yeah, these are bright white. Yeah, I can almost see the difference while I'm looking at it. I'm assuming this is some kind of a structure. Kind of looks like it's a lower deck area, though. Kind of look like two little pontoon boats. Don't know that's what it's supposed to look like, but that's what it looks like to me. Yeah. I think we want the rounded off sections, if I'm not mistaken. And makes sense to me. Okay, I'm gonna say that is it. Also, not 100% sure what we're building right now. Might be a keel? Got our little gap right there. Not sure what that's going to be for, but I'm sure we're going to find out soon. So I'm going to make the guess that this first part is going to finish the keel. And then the rest will be dealing with the upper parts. But at the same time, though, there is a lot more to the bottom than I thought there was. So it does have 2 elevators. The other ship that I built only had 1. Which I'll probably reveal on stream at a later date. Just not today. My other most biggest build. I want to say they're right around the same size, but I think this one had a couple extra pieces. Kind of get the feeling the biggest time sink of this one is just looking for stuff. The curvature of the box made me miscount how many that one had. Piece kind of looks like a T. It's like, no, not there yet. Kind of funny. I gotta hunt through like 5 different boxes to find what I'm looking for. The price we pay for convenience. Sort of convenience. Convenience if you squint. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not in there. You know, the funny part is I remember seeing it. I just don't remember seeing it where. And it has 4. What am I missing? Apparently eyes, because I didn't see that. I don't say that I felt like this particular part of the build took a long time. But then I remembered I'm dealing with a lot of small pieces, so that probably explains that. I'd say that I hope this is the last bit of small pieces I deal with, but I know that's not going to be the case. Didn't even realize it, but we're on step 104. You know what I've realized just now? Oh, I was gonna say I built like 3 components and haven't attached them, but then I attached this one here. I only need 3 of those. Voila! Don't know what that's supposed to be, but we're gonna find out. One thing I will say is anybody that's used to building Lego sets, I do eagerly suggest build one of these. It presents an interesting challenge because the instructions don't exactly work out the same way that you'd think. Almost got that too soon. Pre-planned. I imagine the deck will be like one of the last steps because there really isn't that much to it. It's flat, so I do know it has some extra turrets on the top, which is something that most carriers don't have nowadays. Like actual, like, big cannons. Like, put a hole through another ship cannons. Oh, I need one of those. It's possible that this is more of the keel. I shouldn't think so. It could be the more forward part of it. I mean, the more rear part of it, I guess. By the way, that is a technical term, rear. Not exactly the most comprehensive way, but it works. Need 4 of those. As far as I know, those are the same. Almost missed a specs. That's the deck. I'm pretty sure. There. Could it be the rear part of the deck? I guess it'd be aft. Best description I can use to describe it. $19. Okay, we want a sharp angle, I think. Not quite. Oh. It makes the most sense to me. It's slightly rounded, but it's not squared off on the bottom. So I think that is it. I guess I need 4 of them. Oops. There. There. Wonderful. Now I wonder if the next part of the set is going to deal with such small pieces. Make sure we got the right one. Pretty sure we did, but who knows? Yeah, we wanted the sharp edge, not the smooth. The opposite direction. I don't know why I put it back that way. I think everything's still in the right spot. Yeah, right. Okay, I want to say all those are the same. That looks right. Might be just lower on the ship, maybe? More red with it, at least. Huh. Oh, we only got one in this bin down here. So that side of it, I think. The music makes me feel fancy. Not sure why. In this case, we want the ones that is not high angle. Yes. Only 4 of them. Then I think we just run it out. Get the sides of the ship. Alright. We got this thing. On this side. We then plug that in. If it's exposed to air, would it classify as below deck? Asking the real hard-hitting questions. There. Oops. Okay. Had to readjust how I was sitting, sorry. Alright. I want the round ones. We do want the more squared off ones this time. Oh, we're using both versions. Okay. All right. And voila. Jibber jabber right in the middle there. That's what we're looking at. I think. Yeah. Okay. And not to not knock out the chain in Anchor like I did earlier. Want the more squared off one. I think we used the last of the other ones for now. Whether or not it stays that way, I guess we will find out. You know, it doesn't have the decorative stuff on it, so maybe I was reading this wrong. Maybe this is actually the keel. Not keel, the back. Aft. Well, I don't see a spot. Well, yeah, that could be it. Yeah, so I think we are working on the back part of the ship. Yeah, I think that anchor chain really slowed us down. We want the squared off. Once I find it. It's interesting, though. I don't even see the rounded version. That kind of hurt my hand. There it is. Okay, B should be on this side. I think. Using both. Should be rounded. 2 rounded. There. For whatever reason, I feel like the middle one will go on smoother if I put these ones on the outside first. I don't know if that's true, but... Probably more wishful thinking than anything else. That worked out pretty well, actually. There. Oops, almost put that in the wrong spot. Good news is it wasn't that hard to get off. There we go. I'm missing something? What am I looking? Oh. I'm missing it because I was looking for red, not gray. I already used those red pieces. Yes. I don't have the rounded off ones anymore, so I think I'll be good on that regard. Trying to think, what is that? Not an accordion, is it? Best word I come up with it. And this goes right here. There. That's a keel if I ever did see one. Also, very good at stabbing me in the hand. Ah. I hope I don't need this applicator again. I guess if I do, I know where it is. To be honest with you, I probably am going to need it again because I still do have the front of the ship to deal with as well. How much music do I have left? Still good on that. Okay. Moment. And there we go. Make sure I got nothing left in any of these. Yeah, I think. How big is this one gonna be? I think it might be reasonable. Does it say how much of the ship is done with each slot? No. Just says which bags you use. Although bag 4 looks like it's smaller than these, so might be a more reasonable sized build, maybe? Part of the build. Zervin. $10 in this one. Same deal as last time, I think. Try and combine bags where we can. Yeah, we're at least going to get through one manual today. If we get further than that, then we do. If not, then oh well. I like me some smell of bricks in the morning. Good news is this one doesn't look like it has quite as smaller pieces, so maybe not as big a problem. Yeah, this bag here doesn't look quite as stuffed as the other one was, so. Whew. That was almost bad. I poured it into my trash bag. Good thing the only thing that got thrown in there was some big pieces, so. Oops. There. All right. Yeah, so we're definitely not going to be doing getting on to the next manual today. So I'm going to go ahead and put that one away. But I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be able to finish this back, so. The other good thing is that most of these pieces are pretty big, so. Don't need that right now, so I'll just set it over there and hopefully it doesn't fall on the ground. we're building more of the bottom of the ship, it looks like. My inability to count strikes again. That's better. Yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll just end up buzzing right through this section. I think I did mention it before, but I'll mention it again. Until this set is done, I will be doing extra hours on this one. Yeah, put that one back in here. Can't fool me. Except that comes with its own. There it is. Okay, so this is definitely the bottom. I don't really see any other reason why it'd be bright red. Although, for whatever reason, I always thought it was more of a maroon color. Yeah, I think we want the more smoothed off stuff. I'll retrieve those pieces and then I will check. But I cannot seem to find those big ones. In here? There. 7 and 20. So light curve. Yeah, light curve on that one too. Perfect. And that's how you get that. The music got very quiet suddenly. I think we want the higher angles on this one. Double check that. 8 and 21. Yes. Higher angles. By the way, there's a very tiny little robot. Perfect. Or at the very least, as perfect as I can get it. We're getting close to the very top, or at least attaching it to the other part, it looks like. Okay, sharp angles is what I see. Not the straight off one. And make sure they didn't decide to hide it in amongst it. Select sharp angles, if you please. Should know pretty quick if it ain't it. Looking nice. Wasn't exactly the easiest to put on, but it worked out well enough. Be honest with you, I forgot that I was wearing headphones for a second. It's like, why is my ears warm? Oh, wait. Oh, I only need one of those. You know, I don't want to jinx myself, but one thing I've noticed is it hasn't been laggy in a while. Now that I've said it, I'm sure it's going to break at any moment. Okay, let's see. Looks right. Fortunately, I don't exactly have anywhere to put it. All right, we're going to do our best to make this to where I don't have to take it apart again. Need the sharp one. One with 3 is what we need. Holy crap. You know what I see? A bunch of very small pieces. Sorry, had to read just how I was sitting. All right, let's begin this part. And just do this nice and easy, one little step at a time. Well, we have some screws with the little, it's what most people would probably refer to as a propeller, but that's what they're officially called, as a screw. Why that is the case, I do not know. I'm not a boat expert. I merely play one on the internet. Don't think we want that. Yeah, we want the squared off one. Would have been rather convenient if they put it in the same bag. Now we begin our elaborate construction project. Okay. It doesn't want to go on. There it goes. Okay. Still going well, I think. Got that. Yeah. Now, as far as I can tell, hi, Dick. How are you today? I hope you're having a fantastic afternoon or evening or whatever it happens to be in your side of the world. We are currently building the Kobe set, the Akage. Let me finish this section right here. And I will show it. There we go. So that. We are building this thing. Yeah, we are building this. It's very heavy. For a quick reference, when it is done, this is Kobe. Is it on here? Yeah, there it was. Is that brand? It's from Poland, I believe. My wires are going everywhere. But yeah, it's from Poland. They tend to make a lot of warships, as it says. A good example is this one. If I can get it on camera. This here is the battleship Musashi. I'm getting a better grip. Musashi. Yeah, so this is in the same class as the Yamato. It's also very heavy. I don't need to make it all the way up. So I'll just set it, I mean, all the way off the table, so I'll set it over there. For reference, when the set we're currently building is done, it will be 3,573 pieces. We are only on bag 3. There are 10. But, unlike Lego, tend to be... First of all, there are 2 more instruction manuals. And that's one of the smaller bags. There are 10 of them. All of them are fairly full. We're actually nearing the end of today's. Once we're done, we've got about this much left. I was hoping to get a little bit further, but we got pretty far. Pretty cool thing about this, though. Get it to move. When the Akage is done, it will have its own operational plane elevator. Pretty cool. All right, now back to it. But yeah, it's been a pretty good day. We started a little bit ago. I mean, a while ago. It would have been 12 o'clock my time. So we've been at it for a while. But it's fun, so. Oh, wait, we need 4. For what I like the struts it has that hold up the top of it. I think that's my favorite part of this once we get around to it. I need 2 of those. I only see 1. There it is. One second. Let me check how long we got on our music. Okay, music good. I might be blind. I got a couple. I have 2 that are of comparable size to what I'm currently building. One of them is a Musashi, which I just showed you. Oh, did I put it in the right spot? I don't have a steamboat. Well, kind of. I do have the Lego. What the heck is it called? The Endurance, which has which is steam powered. If you're asking if I have like a paddle boat or something. No. They do have a paddle boat, but that's a bit too expensive for my boat. I think it's like $500. Pretty cool, just not that cool. Yep. I mean, I also have built the Black Pearl as well, but that's not a steamship. But yeah, if I remember correctly, I got posts of all of those on my Blue Sky if you want to see what they look like. And I built the Black Pearl on stream, and it's available on YouTube if you want to check it out. The only issue is I think Twitch decided to blast my audio to perdition because it thinks this is copyrighted music, even though the creator says you can use it. Nice. Squared off. Nope. Oh, they're in there. Yeah, I meant to do that today, and then I completely forgot to last night. So I might work on that with this weekend. Yeah. It's something for people to watch later if they want to. And talk about random stuff, but have witty commentary sometimes. Had something like that before. know where it's going anyways, so that's all that matters, I suppose. Alright, now we put that on. Depends on the brand. Kobe, such as this one, might take a little bit longer because their instructions aren't as easy to follow. So where Lego, I probably be able to do this in 2 streams, maybe 3. In case you're wondering why I'm using that, it hurts. There's still a bit of that with this. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. There we go. That's all. I think it's easier to show all the way back to the beginning. So, starts out pretty normal. You just put that there. But then, you have this. These aren't held in place. They don't get plugged into place until here. There's a few times that happens in this set. Or, see if I can find them. Don't worry, it can get worse. So, instead of having a piece that does it, you get your little plier tool and shove them into the holes, or like that. Like so. If anybody has built Legos, I do suggest this as an interesting challenge because it is kind of fun. Another difference would be, if I find it. There we go. You have to hook the chain together yourself. Yeah, just hooked 23 pieces like that. Yeah. The only issue sometimes it runs into is the only part that you're working on is the part that's colored in. So sometimes it can be hard to tell how far away it is. I want the lower spot. Yeah, we got that. Use the full force of my body. Push it down to make sure that it's on all the way. Don't want that popping off. Also, the elevator moves. I don't know if you saw it. This one has 2 elevators. I have another carrier set that only has 1. a short, small look at how big the set is going to be. Distant going and other debaters. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, so this is the back of the ship. You know what's ironic? If you want to make your own little time capsule, there's lots of gaps inside. You could just put stuff. Yeah, that's about right. Since this would usually be a ship not in forward combat, I wonder if this one had anti-torpedo bilges or not. Hmm. Oh, well, I got one of those. Huh. Don't know why I was surprised to see that. Oh, nice. I didn't know Mega Bloks had warships, actually. I knew they had Halo and stuff. Ah. Hmm. No, that's not missing. Oh, there's one thing. There it is. Nice. Well, I know they were doing Halo, but then I think they stopped. But I think they got like a bunch of Call of Duty stuff as well. Did Marvel for a time, but then that one changed to Lego. Although, ironically enough, then that one changed to Halo 2. They started doing the smart bricks thing, which I'm not sure is a good idea, but that's just me. Yeah, I think it comes down to policies, though, for the reason why. Because a lot of other sets are willing to make pieces for specific sets, whereas I think Lego wants it to be, like, interchangeable as much as it can. Which is why I think there was such a not doing it. I figured that was the case, but here's my thought on it. I'm trying to figure out who those sets are for, because I feel like it's too expensive for a kid to get. I want to say the cheapest one I saw was like $50. And things get cheaper over time, but they actually have to stick around long enough for that to happen. And I'm not necessarily going to say that I've seen them on sale yet, but I've seen there's a lot of them whenever I go to Lego store. Which tells me they either oversupplied or people aren't buying them. Mainly because I think the people that have money don't want it. Yeah. Okay, so I guess the only difference in that one is the coloration. Once I find it. Although it did give me an interesting thought, though. Could be a cool idea for the future of maybe you could make a personalized message. That'd be a cool idea. somebody had wired up one of the... Yeah, so like, let's say it's a heart or something like that, you could put in like your own personalized message. I think that would require a bit more tech, though, I think. Where am I? There it is. Something else that might be cool is, and again, I don't know if they'd be able to pull it off, because I think it'd be not enough space. I saw somebody that had wired up an actual screen for like a control panel. Again, cool technology, but I don't think it fit in such a small thing without costing expensive amount of money. Yep. Or if there was a way you could make it like pad pressed or something like that. Because I can't tell you how many times I've accidentally put it on a sticker wrong. Or they just get outlandish with the design of them. I heard there was one. It was the Jurassic, like the breakout of the T-Rex in the Jurassic Park. It was like it went forward and then it went down and then forward again or something like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so at least they went away from that for so that was good, but it was a sticker out of 10. A lot of, when I was growing up, a lot of the Lego sets I built didn't have too many stickers. Like the most notable one in my mind that I can think of off the top of my head was they had a small International Space Station set that I had. And because most of it was tube, then you didn't have to worry about, I mean, tubes and connects and stuff, you really didn't have to worry about stickers. By the way, personally, not a fan of stickers. Just in general. Usually because then whenever you try and stick them to something, you usually end up not keeping the thing, or it falls off. They came out with a set recently, and I thought it was the silliest thing. And is like at the same time, I want to buy it, but I'm not going to. It was like a shipping container ship. I guess it's a company that is owned by another. Because if I remember correctly, Lego. Yeah, that's it. It's like the silliest thing ever, and I'm all like, I don't know why, but I kind of want to buy it. I heard they're also not usually available for very long either. Yeah, I heard that. So I guess they've done multiple collabs with that company. And I guess they don't tend to sell those sets for very long. But still, $100 is $100. Although, surprisingly enough, from what I heard, they're finally discontinuing the Millennium Falcon. The Ultimate Collector one that was ginormous, and I would never get it because I have nowhere to put it. And it was expensive. Although, funnily enough, from what I've heard, they're discontinuing it so they can release another one. At least that's the rumor on the street. One rumor that I heard, and I am hoping that it is true, is that next year they are releasing a set that is the Spinosaurus from Jurassic 3. More specifically, looking like the one from Jurassic 3. Well, I'm hoping that holds true in a certain regard because I missed out on the opportunity to get the Y-Wing Ultimate Collector set, so I'm really hoping that one comes back around. And that's one of my favorite ships. Also, the Naboo Starfighter, because they came out with the Mandalorian one. Also, which you can see on my on my YouTube. Also, I've posted pictures of that one. Although what would be kind of cool, I don't think they would do it, but I think it'd be kind of cool, is if they released the Y-Wing. I messed that up. I did. I messed that up. Yep. That became me earlier last year, like right before the end of the year, because I wanted to get the lantern that was the Lunar New Year's set from 2025. And I nearly missed out on it, but fortunately I was able to find it on eBay. That's another tradition that I've been doing, is building the Lunar New Year's. I started that back during the Year of the Dragon. Which, not gonna lie, looks badass. I was surprised by that. Tintin's actually more popular than I was expecting. Might be just me, though. Yep. But yeah, like I said, I hope that the rumor is true and Jurassic Park 3's Spinosaurus is on the horizon. Like an actual minifigure and not a buildable one. Memory serves me correct. I believe they built an entire small village just for a Tintin movie or something like that, I think. Nice. We like us some collectibles. Yeah. I have the new, so I don't know what happened to it. I guess I lost the original International Space Station, but I got the newer one. She be glorious. All right. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I will be catching you later. Take care. I'll probably be wrapping up in short order anyway, so. We want the nice squared off. Oh, wait, not the squared off one. Oh, yes, never mind. Okay, let's see. What are we looking at here? I'm looking at that. We're going to be building a whole lot of tubes and stuff, it looks like. And don't need that no more. Since they're all pretty small pieces, I can just put them over there. Yeah, I think I see what's going on. Nice and solidly, so it doesn't fall apart. So this would be slightly above waterline, I think. Yeah, generally, I think if it's below waterline, you want to use a stronger paint on it. Salt water is very corrosive. Oh, we got gun turrets. Oh, I see. Could be gun turrets, could be something smaller. That way I don't have to hurt my hand quite as much. And last of the barrels of the turret. There. Place attaching that wasn't quite as hard. I don't know why it has two separate instructions. All you have to do is just spin them around if it doesn't match. Okay, so these are big fancy gun ports. Probably keep them close to that, I imagine. And then you can just rotate them out. Oops. Apparently I messed up. Just a little, only a little bit. There. Perfect. Probably have to readjust where the turrets are pointing later on, but we don't need to do that right now. There we go. Did not want to line up. I proceed to almost throw the pieces onto the floor. That would not help the situation. Okay. Let me make sure that's right. Put that in there for now. Like a support strut, maybe? She rolling. Okay. Yeah, we want the red lower. Some of the pieces to cooperate is a think so. One sec. Also, ow. Okay. Problem with having such a wide spot to put stuff, sometimes it doesn't want to go. When that happens, it requires a little muscle power. Also, hurting of the hand. Looks good, I think. Perfect. I imagine that's going to get heavier after a while. Okay, we need some lifeboats. Life rafts. Okay. Yeah, so we are working on the aft. The reason I know that is because the front of this ship had a decorative ornament on it. This one does not. Hmm. Doesn't sit in there very snugly. But we have rudders. Yeah. The housing for the screws is on. These little jibber jabbers. ourselves. Little attach points. I think we are just about done, though. Oh, yeah, I think we're on the last step right now. We got to do this 4 times. When things get difficult, at least we have tweezers. I don't know, maybe I'll just keep doing that. That strategy is flawless. Probably up until it's not. Make sure everything is on nice and snuggly. Perfect. Okay. Oh, maybe I need to attach the other part first. Okay. Doesn't go as far onto it as I thought it would. As long as it sits in there, I suppose ain't a problem. Last part. Oh, it's just right on the... I've never seen that before. Just right on the back. I guess you kind of sort of put it off to the side. Although I'm kind of surprised they have you putting on the screws right at this point. Although I guess it gives you a nice place to put your hand so you don't have to worry about crushing any of the details that will go on top of the ship. That didn't go on. No. You know, for whatever reason, I knew that was going to happen at least once. Ooh. Careful where I put my hands. And there you have it. The screws. But we'll about do it for today. We haven't gotten very far. But okay, so this one has 3. Never mind. It has 3 anchors. It has 2 in the front, 1 in the back. Okay. That makes sense. Perfect. Clean up a little. I'm not even going to try because I know that is not going to. This is not going to fit in here. I'm just going to have to set it somewhere. But think that will about do it for today. I'm going to go ahead and see who is on. Let's see who we got. You know, I have seen him on a few times. And he is doing the brick game. Let me wait for advertisements. And then we'll see about rating in. Alright, now let's see. All right, we are going to be raiding into VTuber Mail. It's part of Soxy. So we are going to go say howdy. I hope you all have a good rest of your day, good weekend. Next week we'll be back to this. I'd have to check my notes, but I do believe that I will be doing an early stream on Thursday, and then we'll be doing the extra long stream on Friday. I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Have a fantastic weekend, and I will see you all next time. Have a good one. Bye-bye.